There we go. Now we got room to work. What's up, Justin? How you doing, buddy? Hunt is over. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I got some sanding done and shaped some feet. Just had to pick up some stuff while I waited on people to come in. There we go. All right. Yeah, how you doing, Justin? We're not live right now? The hell? Hey, what's up, Dan? How you doing? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Appreciate you guys. All right. Well, I suppose ain't nothing to it but to do it, huh? So I believe where we left off was sitting this one down with the 80 grit. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't get the mortar seam chisel press thing. I won't be able to pick that up until tonight. The guy's out of town, so we'll not assemble the legs, but we'll get them roughed out and get the round over done, hopefully, and then work on the feet and the walnut blocks. What's up, Bradley? How you doing? Are we heading out soon? All right, I appreciate that. Favorite sandpaper guy. What's up, Coffee? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot to do here but sand, which is exhausting because Sanding is just my favorite part of woodworking. Absolutely the best part. Sarcasm. Coffee. Yep. Pretty convenient. Coffee pops in while I'm having coffee. This isn't even special coffee. Just painting lures. You're working on those ones that you would send me a picture of, or something different. Yeah, I wonder if I could throw some tape on this if it would stop it from kind of working its way out. Viking chairs, sofa bed, woodworking? Is that what you do, Bradley, or? Yeah. All right, copy. For anybody who doesn't know what we're doing, we're building the base for that. That would be what do they call it? A rocking bassinet, hanging bassinet, whatever. A baby holder. This is the uprights for it. We'll work on the feet bits here in a little while once we get these done. Excuse me. But I do wonder if I can throw some tape on there if I would stop that from kind of walking out until I get the proper DeWalt one. We're gonna find out. It's gonna look trashy as hell, but you know what? It's fine. There, we'll see. Seems to work so far. 19 to 20 watt. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. We haven't done anything for him to like yet, I suppose. So, let's do some sanding. Nobody likes that. Might as well get that out of the way. I'll be right back with you guys in a little bit. Hey, what's up, Norris? How you doing? Hey, Turner. Already enjoying a hot bowl of ramen. Glad you got your power back, Turner. Hey, Woodchucker, how you doing, bud? DIY table saw. All right. I mean, that's a little sketchy even for me, but more power to you. More power to you. So the only bit that really matters when I'm doing this, because I'm doing a heavy round over on the bit, the only bit that really ultimately matters is the maple strip here and a little bit of the cherry, right? Because the rest of it's going to get rounded over. But we still want it to be relatively smooth. It's time to change paper. Oop. Oop. Dropping all my paper. It's the wrong box. This box. I hope everybody had a good weekend and is enjoying the rest of their Sunday. Hey Matthew, how you doing? Bradley, I don't even know what the hell you said, buddy. That was a lot of words, and I don't think anybody understands what it said. Hey, no problem, Matthew. Every time I see you guys live, I definitely try to stop in and chat with you guys a bit. Move that thing so I can get to that button a little quicker. Hey Bear, how you doing? Friends Woodmaster, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. No, we're not gonna make you a mod. I've got plenty of mods for now, but I appreciate you asking. The mods are I'm very picky about my mods. Oh man, dropped my coffee. Bear, I like the what was that? A Bigfoot and a Bigfoot and a oh nuts! Can't remember what the other part of the carving was that you were doing last night. Bigfoot and something. It was a thing. Eagle. It was Bigfoot and an eagle. Yeah. Looks like you're getting done. Forest friends having a bromance, yeah. it was funny. I enjoyed it. Welcome, Scorpion. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. All right. So I think we're done. With the 80 grit. So what I want to do is the 80 grit takes the longest, right? Because I'm trying to shape it. After that, it really isn't that much for the other grits. And then we're going to go with that round over, I think. Yeah. We'll see if I like how it looks. If I don't like how it looks, I'll go pick up, tomorrow at lunch, I'll go pick up a bigger round over. Hey, appreciate that, Bear. Thank you. Hey, Blocky, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Alright. Anyway, so we're going to step up through the grits. We're going to take it, we'll probably take it all the way up to 220, because that's what I'm sanding everything else at. And then we're going to run the router across the edges, the corners. See how it looks. I may go with a bigger round over bit. This one's only 3/8. We'll see. We'll see. That'll take me to about there. So that'll only take about half of that cherry to round it, so we'll see. We'll see. But I'm going to switch paper from the 80 grit. We're going to step up to, I don't know, 120 probably. Since this is going to be one of the side profile of this is going to be one of the more visible parts of this build. Plus, it's got this nice curly maple in it, and I really like to kind of highlight that a little bit. Anyway, so we're going to step it up through the grits. We're going to hit all 4 sides of these. Well, we're not going to do the flats. We'll sand the flats later. That's not really a priority at the moment. The curves are what matters at the moment. So I'll be back with you guys here in a few minutes. Hey Raja, how you doing? We're going to do this so that way I can see what I'm sanding and what I'm not. Strip down each side so I know if I'm tipping it. Thanks, Raj. I appreciate that. Bradley, I don't do WhatsApp. Thanks, though. this side, or this one done. And then we'll step up to, probably 150, because we do have this maple in here that's significantly harder than the cherry. So we probably won't skip any. Probably go 150, 180, and then to 220. Then we'll break out the router. Might as well mark this side too. Hey, old path. How you doing, buddy? Rich guy with a pool. Hey, Ricker, how you doing, bud? Twink Joe, how you doing? Excuse me. Raja, I tried to watch your stream, what was it, yesterday? Last night? And it kept dropping out. I don't know if that was you or me. And then when I scrolled to, I think it was Bear. I think Bear was the other one streaming at that time. You had popped in there, so I imagine that your streaming had gone down. Definitely try to pop into everybody's stream, except for Justin's. Justin's, I pop in, I give him a like, and and I scroll through chat a little bit. Sometimes I'll say hi, see what fish he's caught at the moment. I'll hang out for a few minutes, but man, that boy is a live streaming machine. I can't keep up with all his live streams. I try though. Oh boy, do I try. I like when he goes live while I'm at work, because then I can just put my earbuds in and let him play. I'll hear when he catches a fish. Plus, he reads comments pretty regularly, so I feel like I can keep up. All right, Bear. Have fun. Have fun working in the yard today. It's nice and cool today. Well, like 65 here. It'd be a great day for yard work. But I did my yard work yesterday. Pump up 150. Have some coffee. Excuse me. "22 foot's too big." All right, Bear. For an hour or so. All right. I'll try to pop in. Excuse me. Excuse me. I changed out my filter there. I blew the other one out, but all I did was make a big cloud of dust outside, and it didn't really clean it out that well. So probably if I changed my air gun tip, I'd probably be able to do it better. All right. Put some marks on this so I can see where I sand. Let me switch to the 150 here. Might as well go through and mark them all, huh? Flip this one over. All right. See you, Raja. 6 Central, Bear and the Boss Lady. So that'd be, what, 7 Eastern? Alright. See if we can speed through this. Do the, what are we up to? 150. Then we got 180. Then we'll hit it with 220. And then we'll do our routing. All right. So it'll bump up to 180. We're getting there. Almost there. Hey, DW, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Man, I got a lot of 150 in here. Apparently I don't use 150 very often. Usually you can just skip over 150 from 120 to 180. So the entire day is not going to be sanding. We're going to do some shaping. We're going to round these over. Just going to take a coffee break for a minute. We're going to round these over and these corners here. See what it looks like with this bit. If I don't like it, I'm going to get a bigger bit. I'll stop at the store on my lunch break tomorrow. We got a hardware store right up the street. I don't even buy 150. Yeah, I got this. I've been using this stuff, the Serious Grit, and so I get their variety packs, which have 10 pieces of each grit. What is it? It's 80, 120, 150, 180, and 220. Right? That's 50, right? 80, 120, 150, 180, 220. Yeah. And I really like it. I like this stuff. But I don't use the 150 very often, so. I just used it here because why not? Plus, this maple's particularly hard, so it helps ensure that I get rid of those sanding marks. Make sure my chat's not all goofy. Anyway, so after we do that, after we do this routing, we're going to shape the feet, the bits that go under here, right? Side to side bit. And then we'll get the black walnut block glued attached to the foot once we get that shaped proper. I think that's what we're going to get done today. And then we'll see where we're at. Next weekend? Maybe the weekend after. I'm going to do a couple of extended, the weekend of the 20th. Right? I'm going to do a couple of extended live stream days. Because I've got a 4-day weekend that weekend. Do I like next? You'll have to be more specific. Do I like the word next? Absolutely. Do I like the dating show next? No, I've never even watched it. I can already tell you I don't like it. There's a dating show, right? Alright, I'm going to get these all marked. I can blast through these. Then we'll mark them one more time. We'll hit them with 220. And then we'll hit them with the router. and we'll see how they look. All right. About time to expose some more lead on my pencil there. She's getting kind of pointy. All right, let's get this stuff off the table so I don't have to worry about hitting it. I appreciate, goodness, I appreciate everyone coming in, hanging out with me. It means a lot. Helps keep the channel, or keeps me interested in running the channel. Oh man, Ricker, that sucks. Knock out a cell tower, maybe? If it did, they're usually pretty quick on fixing those things. Stupid beard's got this like chunk over here that's not blending in. I can feel it. It annoys me. Crappy Man Jigs had I guess a storm hit him last night. Caused a bunch of issues, knocked his power out and everything. I don't know, I came into the stream to hang out and it was a black screen. And Mrs. T was telling everyone to go to his other stream. And every time I tried to go to the other stream, it was just that one. And then he popped up at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And I fell asleep watching Turner make baits. He was ply time by candlelight, or jig time by candlelight, or something. I don't know what kind of light it was. But he was definitely setting a mood. It was fun. Beautiful. All right, I'm gonna hit it with 220. Even though I'm gonna have to sand it afterwards to get rid of the bearing marks on the router, sand the router sides. Still want to do it with the 220 because then I know it gets rid of most, if not all, of the sandy marks from the 180. Hey, what's up, Runic? Sergeant Grass, how you doing? Leol? Leol, I hope I pronounced that right. The shop is nice. It's kind of a disaster. It drives me nuts a little bit. Like, I got stuff everywhere. That whole side is just a disaster. And then back there's kind of a disaster. And then this whole side here, pretty much a disaster. Then I have that super awesome eagle flag thing. Because America. That was Amy Joe. Thanks, Ricker. I'm a stickler for being clean and organized. I know it doesn't look it. All right, I know it doesn't look it, but once I have a place for everything, things will go in that place. I promise. Sometimes. Everything's kind of a disaster at the moment. It really is a pain. You got my email this morning? Hell yeah. I was thinking about shooting you an email again to ask you if you got my email. But then I was like, well, that doesn't make much sense because if you didn't get that email, then he's not going to get this other email. So, good. I included all of my large logos, even the ones that don't have any white or black, you know, the new style that I'm using. I don't have anything out here that says that new style on it, but maybe one of them will be useful to you. You don't see it every day anymore. That's fair. That's definitely fair. All right, let's get this paper on here. We're going to mark these, and this will be the last of the sanding for a little bit. All right, we got to hit all 4 sides. Well, 2 sides on each one, top and bottom. We'll start working on something today. Awesome. Awesome. I got a spot right here on the wall for it. Actually, you said it was something, what? Like you had an idea for what size? Like 16 by 30 or something like that? 16 by 25? I can't remember anymore. But 18 by 24 to 30. Oh. I was thinking about putting it above the door, but I don't have the room for it up there. So I reckon it'll have to go over here on the wall. Hey, whatever size you want to make. Whatever size you want to make. You let me know how many dollars I need to send you. When I get people to make me stuff, unless I want something very specific, I find it is much better to let the craftsman just do their thing, and let's go with your size there. 18 by let's see, one of my filters is 16 by 24. So that's a 16 by 24. I think that's 18 by 24, whatever. I think that'd be fair. I think that's good. Give you enough room for my logo and whatever craziness. Pay my walls if I can pay. I don't know that I can afford that. I'm gonna have to make 400 more of these things and sell them on the internet for $4,000 a pop. But yeah, 16 by 24 ish, 18 by 24, 30, that range. That's perfect. That'll be fun. But I do find that it back to my thing about getting stuff from craftsmen. I do find it is usually much better all around if you let the craftsmen just do their thing. Right? You like with Amy Jo and her signs that she made me for the eagle flag things. Just like all I want is like I want an eagle and a flag, patriotic eagle thing. Do your thing, and I think the results are perfect. It allows the craftsman to be creative and not not be stressed out that it's not exactly what the customer had said they wanted. You know, like if you get too specific, then it's not fun anymore. You know what I mean? Like, colors do I like? Oh, I like the basics: red, black, teal. Teal's my favorite color. Like a blue-green teal. I like blues. Red, white, and blue combo is always a winner. Because America. Believe it or not, I actually like some purples. Not too into the pinks, but what's the project today? We're working on the uprights for that. The uprights, and then we're going to work on the feet here. This is the last time we have to sand these. I'm going to run the router over them. Thanks for popping in, Traveler. I appreciate it. All right. That is all four sides, I believe. Yep. All right. Yeah, my colors, my favorite color is very wild. Hey, whatever you want, Runic. Whatever you want. You do you. You do whatever you think looks good. I do like that pearl stuff that you've been playing with you were playing with the other day. That's cool. But you do what you think is going to look good. And I'm sure, based on what I've seen you paint so far, I'm sure it's going to be phenomenal. All right, let's get this last bit sanded, or this last pass sanded, and then we can play with some stuff that's not sandpaper. So smooth. So smooth. Oh, is that last one? Maybe it was that one I just seen. Gotta put them in a playlist, Rickard. Hey, Dave, thanks for coming in. So smooth. All right. I kind of want to see. Oh man, they're super close. Not quite. Oh wait. Ha! Much closer this way. Let's see. Does the other side match? Pretty damn close. Not that it really matters. You're not going to see them side by side because they'll be 3 feet apart. But I kind of want to see. This side has more curl. This one's tapered less at the top, but on this side they tapered damn near exactly the same. But I kind of want to see if this was a good idea. So we're going to give it a spritz to get an idea what it'll look like. Actually, doesn't look too bad. And you can see some of the curl in the maple in there. Yeah, I don't think that'll look too shabby. I think that'll be good. So put this stuff over here. All right. Need to get a router bit set up. Oh, do I want to use the... Yeah, I should probably use the hand router, the palm router. That'd probably be the easiest way to do it. Oh my, oh my. I'm going to have to step outside here for a minute. So I don't want the flats. I don't want the flats to hit. I want it to stop right at the top of the curve. So we're going to work our way into that. We're going to start off kind of shallow, dig out some material, and then work our way into how deep it's going to be. And I think we're going to route it this way. Need a battery. All right, before I get started, I got to step outside for a minute. I'll be right back in. And don't go anywhere. All right, be right back. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. We're going to get to doing some routing on this. See what it looks like. But it's close enough to noon. Close enough to noon that I can have a proper drink. Well, a shop drink anyway. Alright, turn the fan back on so we can filter the air a little bit. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Heard that? I don't know what you're talking about, traveler. But on a completely unrelated note, you can get one of these fancy magnetic koozies from me. Just shoot me an email. Hey, Alan, how you doing, buddy? All right, we're gonna run the round over, and on this, I want to go all the way to the end. I don't need to have a stop here, because that's gonna continue on into the foot and everything else. The little black walnut block, everything is going to be on there. So let's see what this is going to look like. Okay, there's the first pass. Like I said, we're going much deeper. We just need to rough out some material first. We don't want to bite it all off at once. That's how you get tear out, burning, and all that. We don't want to do any of that. Hey, thanks, Night Owl. I appreciate it. What's up, Carbon Wizard? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, it is some great weather this morning, Alan. Hey, how'd you guys' fishing trip go? I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but your fishing trip with Michael, or yeah, Grumpy Vet. All right, so we want to lower this a little bit more. We'll go probably there. All right. We'll do cut another chunk out of this, or another pass with the router. And see where we end up. So you can see I went too slow when I was getting to that edge. I burned it a little bit. But we're doing another pass, so it won't matter much. Hey Matthew, thanks for coming in, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, let's get the sawdust cleaned up here a little bit so we can see what we're doing. All right, so here's where we're at so far. Right, you can see I got another pass to do with this one, but I think that I may end up going and getting a larger roundover bit. But we'll see. We'll see. I wanted a more aggressive roundover here because it's so big and chunky. Hey, LJ, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Cyril, how you doing? Hey, Bluesy, thank you. Bluesy? Bluesy, I think so. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. Enjoying their rest and relaxation, or your worship, or fellowship, or whatever it is that you do. All right. So because I don't want the flat of this to dig into my face here. I need to run this on a test piece to make sure that I'm low enough. So that is what I don't want. See that line there? That's the flat hitting it. I don't want that. I don't have one bigger than this roundover. I'll go pick one up. There we go. Nice. No flat. Ignore the burn. But no, I don't have I thought that I had a half-inch. No, no. I thought that I had a 3/4 inch and a 1 inch round over, but they don't. The 1 inch wouldn't go in here. But I don't have. If I do, I don't know where they are. So I'll go pick one up. I'll pick up a Freud bit. The supply shop up the road from, or right next door to my shop, my day job, they're a Freud bit distributor, so they've got Freud bits, which are really good bits. So I'll pick up one. They're not crazy expensive. Also, Johnny, thanks for popping in. I appreciate you, bud. It's only, I don't remember what those bits cost there. I want to say they're probably around the $30 mark. But let's get this last pass over this, and we'll see if I'm happy with it or if I'm getting a bigger bit. I'm probably going to get a bigger bit. I mean, it's a nice curve, but I don't think it's enough. Well, here's where we are with the curve. I mean, it's a nice curve. I just don't think it's big enough. I really don't. It feels good. Feels nice. But I think we're going to get a bigger bit. Not right now. Not today. We'll worry about that. Excuse me. We'll worry about that later. Alright, let's get some of this stuff vacuumed up. Trying this new thing where I clean up after myself. It's a struggle. But hey, John, how you doing? Yeah. I think we need a bigger bit. I'm not crazy about the way that looks. So we'll get a bigger bit. That's not a big deal. I don't use big roundover bits very often, which is probably why I don't know where mine is. And I'm not even sure if I have bigger ones or if I borrowed them from someone. So, hey, John, get that carving done, bud. That's way better than hanging out here with me. Or us. Thank you for coming in, though. I appreciate it. Now we can lay this stuff back down. So we don't booger up our foots. So what we need to do now is we need to make this not shaped like that anymore. And we need to mark out where this is going to sit on here. We're going to shape this a little bit before it gets attached to this. And then we're going to attach it and reshape it a little bit. But we need to have this in the center, side to side. So we need to mark that out because that is an important spot. We don't want any curve coming into that. It looks like 9 1/8 is center. And that's going to be our top. Oh, we're going to get rid of this little inclusion there. We're going to get rid of that because we're going to carve it something like... It's going to be something like and then we're going to hit this side going like this, going like here. We're going to hit this side going like here. There. We're going to shape it something like this. I don't know if you guys can see that pencil mark on there. Ignore these three. We're going to go with like that middle one. right? That's going to be the general idea. Yeah, LJ, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yep, that's what I do with my shavings, John. Is I take them up to the farm. They use them for pig bedding and calf bedding, chicken bedding. They don't use it for horses though, because I mix a lot of black walnut stuff in mine. I guess horses and black walnut don't get along. But that's going to be the general idea, I think. I'm going to rough one out and maybe make up a template so I can see how it's going to look. Well, we'll keep the center off the floor a little bit. We'll make that a little raised, and then the ends will be the feet, where we'll put our screw leveling feet. Will go into here, and I think we're probably gonna round this over to match, at least to match the uprights, except for here. Here is where that will sit. Awesome, Carbon, or awesome, CW. Awesome. But I need to make a little template. So I'm going to cut that little square out. This is just some scrap stuff. All right, LJ, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. But I think that'll work out. I think we may even drop the center down a little more because we're going to have feet here, so that will pick the center up. So we're going to have these, right? So even if you run it all the way down, you'll be sitting, you'll have this black, I don't know, plastic piece, and the silver piece will be gapped off the floor. So, which is ironically about how much that space is there. But so you'll be sitting off the floor that much anyway. But these are the little adjustable feet that I like to use. You just drill a hole, kind of hammer that in, and there you go. And you can, it's a smooth stainless steel bottom, so you can stick felt or cork or whatever you want on there. little rubber pads to stop it from sliding. Thanks, CW. I appreciate that. Yeah. So we may actually drop this down. We may just, maybe we'll just leave that all together. I don't know. Let me get this piece cut out. Maybe I'll make a couple of them so that way I can play with it a little bit. What am I making? We're making the holder for that bassinet right there. Hey, that's awesome, John. That's awesome. Good deal. All right, so I got to get the table saw out because I need to cut this down into some. So how this is going to be for anybody who doesn't know what I'm doing, all right? Because I know I don't show it all the time here. And then these. Will sit there. Okay. And then there'll be a stretcher going from here over to the next one with a wedge to hold the stretcher in. So that way you just have two of these, one stretcher, and the basket. You'll have 4 parts to the thing. Makes storage easier, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting, John. I take it you live near some farms? But we're going to shape the black walnut, and we're going to shape the foot, this part, and then we'll drill our hole here. And we got to drill a hole up top here to hang it, and we got to put a hole through the center for the lock pin so it doesn't swing. But this is what we're going for right now. We're going to get this bottom portion done. I was going to drill this mortise out, but the guy went on a trip, so I didn't get to go over and get the little mortising drill press thing. .3D or relief. Nice. But this is what we're doing. Now, like I was saying, the weekend of the 20th this month, I took a 4-day weekend. I was going to rebuild my deck. Finished. And I'll probably still do that if it's not raining. But we're also going to be using it as a catch up on this project weekend. Because I want to try to give it a good push to get it gone. Or to get it done, not get it gone. But there's a good bit of work we got to do to that yet. We got to cut the base, which that fan back there is sitting on. Right there. Got to get that attached to underneath there. Get everything cut, rounded, sanded. Get the inserts put into it. All that happy stuff. But so that weekend we'll probably have at least 2 days. At least 2 days where I'm doing live streams most of the day. If not all the day. Or the whole day. All the day. Good Lord. Alright, let me get this, let me get a couple of these little template pattern things cut out. get you guys turned around so you can at least see a person in the screen. Hey, look at that. How convenient that's in there. Now, I want you guys to know that I'm going to try, when this is done, and it's finished, like all the finish is done, I'm going to try my best to stage it and take some nice pictures of it. But I am a terrible picture taker. So this will you'll probably get better pictures when Alan sends me pictures of it set up. Which I'm really hoping he does. Because taking pictures is not my strong suit. Definitely not my strong suit. I guess it would help if I had this plugged in. Power saws tend to work a little better when you have power. Now, one thing I do want you guys to help me on. See here? Yeah, I'm glad that I'm not the only one that's terrible at taking pictures. And I'll try. It's not like I won't give it a shot. I'll try. I just don't have that level of talent. Believe it or not, taking good pictures is a good amount of talent there. Yeah, for me, backgrounds. Like, if I take a picture of it, I set it up on a table right here, and I take a picture of it. It doesn't matter which way you go. There's gonna be a ton of shit in the background. It's gonna look like garbage. Now I can, move stuff around. That was part of the reason why I did this entire section here, instead of continuing across the top and just working my way down, was so that I could use that as a backdrop for stuff. Just move things that are in the way and use that as a backdrop. If I can keep things below here, because that people have mixed feelings about that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I've used like Photoshop. My Samsung phone will allow me to remove backgrounds, but I find that they are iffy. Excuse me. When I remove the background, sometimes I'll remove, part of the project. Other times I'll leave the background in, and it'll just look off. There'll be like this sliver of the background. But what's up, Wayne? How you doing, buddy? But let me get a couple of these cut so we can get this going. Saw blade's a little high for this 1/4 inch material, but it's okay. Yeah, got like a 1/4 inch plywood squared dowel. That'll definitely come in handy one day. Alright, let me get the saw cleaned up. We don't need this anymore. Everything else will now be done with the bandsaw and that sander over there. Once we get the shape roughed out, figured out. I kind of want to do two different ones so that I can see. I have an idea how I want it to look in my head. We'll see if I can get it out of my brain and onto a medium. That tends to be harder. Tends to be much harder than one would think. But so I do want a little input here. So for the bottom of this thing back here, I've got this this tongue and groove board here, right? Black walnut tongue and groove, and I have plenty. Like it's all set out there. All I have to do is cut it down to the size. But because it's tongue and groove, I'm wondering if the boards will slide. You know, like slide this way and allow the basket to rack corner to corner. I mean, I guess it probably shouldn't, because if it's up against the sides, you know, if the base is against the sides, and it really can't go anywhere. But over a 3-foot distance, I feel like it would probably allow it to move a little bit. So you have movement, potential squeaking. I mean, I could glue them together, I suppose, and that would eliminate all that. Turns it into one big board at that point. The alternative is I just take some of that shelf there's all black walnut. There's some cherry and maple on there. Cherry, purple poplar. There's some more cherry here. Until I use cherry a lot. Up there's some old barnwood. I've got plenty of options where I can just make up a panel to fit. The question is, would a panel be better than the tongue and groove black walnut, which is probably just shy of 3/4 of an inch thick? Let me measure it real quick. Yeah, it's just shy of 3/4 of an inch thick. Now, it is going to be fastened to both long sides, because the tongue and groove boards are going to go across, left to right, not lengthwise. They're going to go short side. And I'm going to fasten them to the runners that I put in there to stop the sides from bowing, right? I don't want the sides to like bow out at all. I was going to make it removable, but I want to eliminate the side-to-side movement of the walls. So what do you guys think? Tongue and groove, is that going to be fine, or should I do it just a panel? And I'm going to use walnut, black walnut, because A, I have it, and B, it goes with it. I mean, I don't have enough maple to do it, even though maple is harder than the other two woods that's in here. I've got plenty of cherry I could do it with, but I do have plenty of black walnut to do it. So it's more of a it matches everything kind of deal. I thought about using purple poplar, but then I'd have 4 different kinds of woods in there, and the wood on the bottom isn't really that important. At best, you're going to see it At best, you're going to see it when it swings a little bit. If somebody's sitting low enough, they might see the bottom of it. And you're going to see it when they pull the mattress thing out. Which I can't imagine would be very often. Alright, so we need to mark this for center. Where the black walnut block is going to go anyway. That's the most important measurement that we have on this bit here. We don't want to cut into that. Now, alternatively, I could use a piece of plywood for the base. But I feel like that's cheap. Yeah, runic. I mean, that's a valid point. If it does need replacing, spilled bottle or something. That's a valid point. That's a valid point. I could use 1/2 inch. I think 1/2 inch would be more than sufficient. Maple plywood. It's gonna feel kind of cheap, but yeah, or something. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a valid point. Yep, that's definitely a valid point. See, this is why the whole live stream build thing is good for me anyway, because I didn't think about babies being explosive, I guess. And the plywood doesn't expand and contract, so I no longer have to worry about that if I use plywood. Plywood is stable wood, so the grain on plywood, each ply goes, one ply goes across, one ply goes vertical, and then they just alternate that for however many layers you have. This is just shelf liner, like foam. I like it because it helps stop when I'm sanding. It helps stop stuff from walking all over the table, and when the stuff is moving around on the table, it's not rubbing on a high spot or a lump of glue on a side that I already sanded and got done. And then I look at it and I got this big shiny rub mark from something that was on the table. So this was probably one of my better ideas, to be honest, is grabbing some of this cheap shelf liner. I guess, like, I got it from probably Lowe's or Dollar General or something. This Easy Liner Select Grip. I mean, I'm sure any of the little foam liners would work. Yeah, I got it. So the stuff that's in that toolbox is like this, but it doesn't have the holes in it, and that was where I got the idea. I find it really useful. It's nice, and then the sawdust kind of drops down in the holes, so the surface stays relatively clean. All right, so let's see. Let's use this as a base. So I want my. What if I make my legs, or my feet, I guess, 3.5 inches. That's probably way overkill for the size of the adjusters that I'm putting in it, but I got a compass around here somewhere. Maybe we can make this look halfway professional, sort of. Let's see, can I sharpen this? Urgh. Can I sharpen this in this? No, I can't. Let me see. I think I have a pencil sharpener around here somewhere. I got one of these ginormous carpenter pencil sharpeners. That'll probably work. God bless it, that is awful. Let's not do that. We'll just stick with a razor. That's better. Yeah. And they really want that thing to grip in there, don't they? It's way too high. And that's not wide enough. What? Let's do. Let's take a piece of this. can draw a big ass circle. No, it's way too big. So I need it to be between here and there. That's far too high. Alright, we're gonna do this differently. I have this. I'll mark that there. There. And put a line there. And about there. That's pretty even. So then this will round in here. We'll just carry that circle down. Let's do it like this. What if we just skip that whole thing over? And we can mark that right there so I can line that up. Let's see how that looks. Line out flush. Actually, I kind of like it that way better. I like that. Much more aggressive curve. Ah, what do you think? Ignore this. We're going to ignore this shallow curve. We're looking at this. I don't really like the shallow curve. I kind of dig the more aggressive curve. This one here. And then we'll do something down here. But again, the more aggressive curve, not the shallow one. Oh, way to go. Dropping your phone. Sorry, CW. What do you think? The shallow curve or the more aggressive curve? I feel like a more aggressive curve kind of matches this one a little bit. Kind of gives it a little bit of like symmetry. Let's cut this one out and see what it looks like. What's up, Bruce? How you doing? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody who comes in to hang out. Watch me pretend that I know what I'm doing. I'll be honest, I probably don't know nothing. Just fly by the seat of my pants most of the time. The aggressive looks better. Thanks. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Thanks, Code Joker. Appreciate it. So, I got this 3/8 blade on here. Let's see if we can't. Let's see if we can't get this to shape a little bit, or at least get it close.
you guys think? Now this hasn't been sanded or anything, but try to get it so there's something in the background. Does that work? What do you guys think? Yeah? No? Hey, thanks, Matthew. I appreciate that. Yeah, working on the bassinet. So there's the baby holder portion that is glued up. I have the strap on there just to stop it from racking because there's no structure there. But right now we're doing the uprights. So there's the legs or the uprights. We're making a pattern to cut the feet, which is this piece here. But yeah, just bandsaw is just a big scroll saw. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's not too terrible. I mean, I need to sand it. Obviously, we're running across the sander, fine tune it a little bit. But I'll be honest, I don't know if I want to do anything here in the center where the upright is going to come down. The upright will come down here. And the feet, the adjustable feet are going to hold it up off the ground. Oh, how far up will they hold it? Let's measure it, shall we? Also, this stuff works a lot better if you keep it clean. It grips better if it's clean. Let's see, we'll be up, about 5/8 of an inch, a little shy of 5/8. Thanks, Paraxic. Wolf, we're working on making a bassinet. We're doing the platform or base for that. We're gonna get the feet carved out, get that work done. So I do kind of like that. I think that's good. It's a lot better than just a block, right? And it gives me a place to mount my feet, and it keeps everything off the ground, so you don't have to worry about it being on a hump or something in the floor. I think that's pretty good. I'm not upset with that at all, really. So I gotta sand this. We'll fine tune it so that I can trace it out, and I think we'll see what that looks like. It's been 13 for 9 years. Hey, thanks, Wolf. I appreciate that. It's definitely been a slow going project, but I think it'll be something that the family could pass down for generations. Hopefully it'll be the start of a new tradition in that family. Enough that I know, like, so my mom and my aunts and stuff, they argued over who would get different pieces of baby furniture. When I was younger, and like when my sister was born, and that was just stuff that they had used when they were kids. So slow because I won't shut up. Yeah. Fuck's sake. Fine, Runic. Fine. Runic, some of us like to talk to people in our live streams. Also, it's a great distraction, so I don't have to actually do anything. The more I talk and the less I do, the less likely I am to screw up. And the more I can tell you guys that I'm a great woodworker. This stuff's a little too aggressive for that quarter ply. We'll bump it up to... We'll throw some 240 on it. That'll probably be a lot better. That 150 will rip that ply apart. Alright, let's see if this track's good. I'll round this over the point on the actual piece. We're not going to worry about that here. I'm going to use that as a mark or a way to reference it. Now, if this was strictly, well, because this goes across grain, I'm not worried about losing this much material out of it because the cross grain is stronger than vertical grain anyway. So this, I mean, unless they park a truck on it, I can't imagine that that's going to break. I mean, it is double A. He might park his truck on it. Who knows? Also, I'm just giving you crap, Rooney. I hope you know that. Alright. Let's put that over there. Let's grab this. Let's mark this out. I need to sharpen my pencil a little bit. It's too dull to mark this proper. We're rapidly approaching the point where we sand some more. This one will be much more interesting because I don't know how I'm going to get my sander, a hand sander in there. So we may be using this power sander. Oh, I dropped my pencil. And my lead broke inside at one point. Bummer. .5 millimeter. Yep. Mechanical pencils, mint. I got a .5 around here somewhere. Probably buried on my little table over here. Hey, Lon J Art, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you. Well, that's it marked out. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. That'll be one. So with this, my cherry grain runs this way, right? The maple grain runs. It still runs left to right, but instead of being cross grain like this is, the maple grain is top to bottom. So that's kind of a happy accident. Let's mark this side just so we have it. Actually, just in case these are slightly off, I want to make sure. I can see which line to use because it's the one that's pointier. Right? It's the darker line. More uniform curve. But the curve does kind of match what I was going after on there when I was free drawing it. That's kind of cool. Alright, we'll grab the other one. We'll get that one marked out on both sides. And I'm only using both sides so that way I have a reference. Oh. There we go. That's both sides marked out. I know it's hard to see the pencil mark. Both sides marked out. I think that'll be good. Now we get to see if that 3/8 blade will go through 2 inches of material or not. Yeah. Yeah, when I was, actually I didn't on this one. I did it on something else. I had marked the X's. And I want this line. Not that line. And that line. Not that line. And that one's even self-explanatory. All right. Well, we're either going to make this good or we're going to really fuck it up. So. An OX Carpenter for general layout. Yeah, I don't know what OX is. I'm assuming it's a really good brand of a pencil. But I'll be honest with you. I don't usually pay much attention to branding. My mechanical pencils are usually from, Dollar General or Dollar Tree or somewhere cheap because I'm just going to break them. They're either going to get broken or they're going to get lost. Oops. Get you guys set up here so you can have a decent view of what I'm doing. I don't know if that'll be alright, but oh, gotcha. I still haven't replaced this bearing down here, so it's probably going to squeal and be really loud. I apologize in advance. We're going to see if this will cut this out. But before I do that, I've got to step outside for a quick minute, and then we're going to get to cutting these. So bear with me, and I'll be right back. Alright, let's get to cutting, shall we? Pencil doesn't break, but the clip on the holder does. Sharpener's in the holder. Nice. That's what I use this. It just came as a 2-pack from Amazon. It's got the lead sharpener built into the tip or the cap. Now they call him Stumpy. Listen, if you cut a finger off on a bandsaw and don't know it before it's gone, you should probably put the bottle down, because that's gonna hurt the entire time it happens, and it's not fast. It's not fast. And exactly, Runic, exactly. All right. Well, nothing to it but to do it. Let's do this. Hey Erwin, how you doing? Need your miter saw running. They are very useful. I'm gonna catch up on chat here. Oh, well, that was pretty simple. Hey, Janelle, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. This is what we're going with for our feet. It's very simple. I like it. I like it. And we are going to try to do it with this. I might have to go after it by the hand sanding a little bit. We're going to see. I changed my paper out to 240 grit so it's much less aggressive and leaves a finer finish. So hopefully... You're here earlier tossing a lawn dart at me? I didn't even notice. I'm sorry. All right. Before we start sanding, I require a drink to wash down all the sawdust that I'm about to swallow. And my mask. What is it CD's Creation Dust says? These tools are dangerous, and I don't recommend you ever using them. Call a professional. A jart? I know lawn darts. I don't know about lawn jart, like with a J. That must be a West Coast thing. When I was a kid, we used to throw the lawn darts up in the air and then see who could get hit in the face with it or in the foot. You know, we definitely did things safe when I was a youngin'. Also, don't ever recommend you throwing lawn darts in the air and waiting for them to come back down. But, that being said, you do you, boo-boo. Wondering if I can use that as a 90. And get a good curve on that. This 240 feels really aggressive for 240. That's what I put on here, right? Yep, 240. Pretty aggressive. A dart and a javelin? Definitely. Yeah. I miss the old days. You can buy, you can get lawn darts now. They're stupid expensive. The old ones, not the new ones. The new ones are made out of like plastic or whatever, so nobody walks away with a dart in their foot. Soft. You know, I don't know if it's going to do anything, but I've never hooked it up. So let's find out. Maybe it'll keep the dust down a little bit. I doubt it. Maybe. Come on. Walk this way. Oh. That'll suck fast. Dig it. Alright, let's see how much sawdust I eat. The 70s? Listen, I wasn't there in the 70s, but I was there in the 90s, the early 90s. I can't remember the late 80s. Which is probably for the best. Early to late 90s. That's when all the sketchy stuff happened for me. What was I doing? Oh, my mask. Let's cover my beverage this time. Alright, let's see if we can royally fuck this up. What do you guys think? Goodness gracious. That was a wee bit dusty. Pardon me while I blow you guys off. All right. Now my beard's all crazy. Hey Martel, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate everyone hanging out with. Excuse me, goodness. Appreciate everyone hanging out with me. We think we did pretty damn good. Not a whole lot to do in there. I mean, I'm gonna hit it. I might hit it. I don't know. That's at 240 grit, and that feels really good. Now here, you can see that there's directional sanding, right? It goes across the grain. But in here, it goes with the grain, which is infinitely better. Let's see, does that... Shows up a little tiny bit. On this piece here, you can see a little bit of the sanding, but here you can, it sticks out like a sore thumb. I don't know if you can see it on camera as much. I can see it clear as day. So we'll go over it with the hand sander, obviously, to even everything out and blend this all together. And we'll blend this bottom in, but I think for the most part, that'd be the feats. That's pretty nice. And they're pretty damn close to my little template that I had here. Pretty close. Pretty close. I worked this one a little bit more. That's pretty damn close. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. Now, I've got templates for stuff. We have to make one more template, which we're probably not going to do right now. But the stretcher will have to be a templated piece as well. And I think on that, honestly, I think I'll probably just ooh, I don't know. I might just grab a cedar fence picket and make that a template, because then I know it's plenty long enough. I mean, I could cut a chunk off of that one of those sheets of ply back there, the 1/4 inch ply, but I got fence picking material. We can do it with that. That'll be fun. All right, let's start maneuvering stuff around here so we can start getting to work. I think we are all but done with this sander for the moment, at least till we do the stretcher, which probably not be today. Probably not. It might though. I don't know. A very indecisive person. Man, that's a dense little unit. Pretty sure it's made out of cast iron. Let's see. And I covered up my beverage, and it's not filled with sawdust. Well, that is iron. Steel. It's magnetic. Door picket's about the illusion of the soldier. All right. Okay, so we'll need the hand sander again, but hopefully it won't be for very long. Work this thing back over here, clean off this table. Mats. They'd probably grip better if I had them flat side down. Oh, goodness. All right, I want to take a few minutes. Just hang out with you guys for a minute. Take a drink. Shoot the breeze. Just for a few minutes. So you other crafters out there, makers, what kind of projects you guys got on the books for this week? I'll bring my feet back over here. I think those are going to look awesome. I mean, really nothing to it, but I mean, you've seen 4 curves. So cleaning your studio. When you're done there, do you want to come clean mine? Maybe. Look at. This is cleaner. You can see that it's white. And I got rid of this sawdust pile that was here. So, oh goodness. Thanks, Alan. I hope so. I hope so. We're gonna get you guys kind of straight. There we go. Oh. All right. I'm wondering if I can do this with just straight 220 and get this all cleaned up. I'm not worried about the sides because we're gonna run the router across it. We're not going to run the router through this area though, because we're going to run the router with the black walnut. Actually, you know what? No, we're not. I have an idea. I have a different idea. Clean the quarter of the shop. I don't even know if it was a whole quarter. But I know this side was absolute chaos. Look, I don't have stuff piled on the floor anymore. I cleaned off under there. All I did with all that stuff, though, is it's back there. I just relocated it while I was picking it up. Probably wasn't the greatest idea. What's up, Alfredo? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, you know, that is, sadly, that is how things work in my life. If there is a horizontal surface that doesn't have things on it, it needs to have things on it. All of the horizontal surfaces. We're going to see if I can just do this with the 220. But I do want to carry my marks down the side. Since now I have no real reference edge to center. That way, if when I sand those lines off, I still have markings here. When I sand these ones off, stack it. That's how I stack everything. If I put a box on the table, now there's another. It's just an elevated flat surface, horizontal surface, that will require more things to be put on top of it. Let's see if we can make this quick and easy and just do it with the 220. It's kind of what I'm hoping. That's, thanks, Alan. I appreciate that. I I guess I don't see the point in doing something if you can't do it all. I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. Hey Randy, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming. If it's not the best thing that you can do, why do it? Stop at random intervals to string a half a necklace. All right, now what I want to do is I want to mark out where my holes are going to go for my feet, my adjustable feet. While it's still square before I round anything off. All I did was, you seen me hit the corners with the sandpaper, with the sander. That was just because the corners were very sharp, and I didn't want to take any chances of having anything split off. See, even just hitting it with the sandpaper, you can see it just dulls the corner a little bit. It's no longer sharp. I'm not going to cut myself on it. It's not the finished result, obviously. We're gonna do a full round over on it, but except for the middle. The middle here, we're gonna do something different. But I need to get my layout for my feet put in here while everything's still square and I have good reference sides. So what we're gonna do. Let's see how wide this is. This is just shy of 2.5. Just shy. So if we go inch and just shy of 1/4, put a mark. That'll get us to center. Besides, Alan, you might see these. You might see the bottom of this sometime. Maybe you got to move it. Maybe you're going to hold it, pick it up, carry it around by the bottom of the legs. I want it to be smooth and look nice. Alright, so there's those. That's about center. Just off a little bit, but that's fine. Now I want to come in from the ends. Let's see. How deep of a hole do I need? Well, I need to be able to have this whole thing screw all the way in and have that white part flush. So I need to have just a hair over 1 inch. So let's see where we can put that. Oh, we can put that pretty much anywhere. Yeah, we got plenty of room for that. And so we can put it all the way out here on the very edge if we wanted to. We've got plenty of room. Plenty of room. So let's see. If we take that roughly 3.5, Let's say about 3.5. So if we come in to an 1.75 inches. That, I mean, that's pretty far in for our feet, but yeah, we got plenty of meat there. Plenty of meat there. Good deal. Like that's pretty far in, but that is about where our feet will be. You guys have no fucking idea because you can't see nothing. All right. It'll put our feet right about here. Okay. Just eyeballing what I think is about centered on there. So it puts our feet in that far, right? Whoop. So that means that unless it has to be ran out really far, you're probably not going to see that foot from almost any angle, right? Because it only has to be that distance there. If any of that made sense. And they're not hard to adjust. They pinch in. The plastic sleeve pinches in the hole. That's what these little lines are for. So you pick it up, you spin it a little bit. There's no tools required. So I think it'll be great. Kind of hides it, but it's there if you need it. So now I need to drill a 1 inch, what is that, a 3/8 hole? 5/16. 5/16. Okay. Dang, that's a bit I've never used before. This one should cut in pretty nice. Alright, we're going to drill a hole. I'm going to put this in the drill press so that I know I can get a nice straight hole. But we're going to drill a test hole just to make sure that this bit isn't slightly oversized. Or slightly undersized. Or whatever the case may be. And that'll actually, I don't want to drive it in because I'll never get it out, but that'll actually fit really nice. So, that's good. Alright, so let's get those holes drilled while I need to mark my drill bit just over 1 inch. And then I'm also going to set my depth on my drill press there at just over 1 inch. folded my tape over too quick. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just fold that over. Made it up. So there, I got a little flag. Tap says just over an inch. It's actually right about an inch and 3/16 to the point. But because I'm using a general purpose bit, a metal bit for this, because I don't have a wood bit that's this size. We want to account for that little bit of space there. So we got plenty, 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 and plenty. Okay. So we're going to get those drilled because now is a great time to drill those. Grab this here funky little drill press. By the way, guys, if you need a cheap drill press, this Bauer one isn't half bad. Just saying. I mean, I don't use it on a daily, but it's got a 2-inch throw. So I want to set my depth to there. Also assuming that this is accurate. God bless America. I really cranked those jam nuts together, didn't I? There we go. Oh, maybe we want that to stay there. Come up a little bit. And go there. Alright. Let's get our drill bit in there. We'll run a test piece. Make sure that we're wrong way. Make sure that we're good. Get that set up here. I guess it'd probably work better if I set it up this way. Yeah, it takes us right down to my tape. So we should be all right. Hi, Steph. Thanks for coming in. There's our holes. Now, before we go crazy, we're going to take one of these. We're not going to put it in. We're just going to take the adjuster off, or the nut, whatever you want to call this plastic piece. Make sure that we bottom out in there, or don't bottom out, rather. We want to sit flat like that. Just to make sure. Good. Good, good. Chop wheel off the works. I'll go in and look for a side table. Bought a whole new bed set. Curtains and a throw rug. Yeah. Can't stay. Slacking. Alright, take that drill bit out before I forget it's in there. I wish even cheap drills would get rid of this chuck style where you need the key. The keys are annoying. Alright. Be right back in just a second. Gotta step outside for just a second. Give me 1 minute. Trip over all these offcuts over here. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so I reckon we can go at this with the router. Found curtains, now you need a rug. So, I want to stop my router here. Also, don't trust this stuff to not go flying across the shop, so we're going to clamp it down. Anyway, so the 20th through the 23rd, 19th through the 23rd, whatever weekend that is, I'll be doing extended lives. I'll do at least 2 of them. Maybe they won't go anywhere. Pretty stout. They're pretty on there. We're going to find out. So hopefully we can get this entire project done at that time. Sorry, I realized that I had just marked this stuff to stop. I wanted my roundovers to stop here. And as I was going, I realized that there's a different thing that I wanted to do here. I was going to do a kind of like a 45 shadow line, but we're doing something else. So I didn't get to tell you guys that before I just went ahead and cut it. But I do need to make sure that my lines are still here. that roughed out. Gives us nice rounded corners. Got to do a little bit of sanding to them, obviously. But, and then this corner here, we're not going to use a round over. We're just going to round it with sandpaper. Hey, have a good one, Grass. Thanks for popping in, buddy. I appreciate you. The whole thing feels nice. I'm still not happy with the amount of round over, but maybe on the tops we'll add a little extra to it when I get the new bit. We won't do the 1/2 inch or whatever 3/4 inch bit, whatever it is that I end up getting. We won't do that on the bottom of the feet. Like cleaning up after myself lasted a really long time. All right. So, what we're going to do is we're going to match this round over on the black walnut. Okay. On this side. We're going to match that and get a little shadow line going there. I'm going to call it a shadow line, but it's probably not. But, we got I don't know, wait, another hour. Maybe call her a day. Hour and a half. So, we're going to make these same thickness or this thickness. These are thicker than my uprights? Well, they are a little bit thicker than my uprights. Interesting. It's starting to come together. Starting. Gotta be more closer to center. Alright, so this will go on there. It'll be right about there. This will go above it. We're going to put a round over there. This side, we're actually going to run flush. Nope, I don't like that. We're going to put that here. On the two sides, we're going to bubble it out. We're going to do kind of a reverse of a round over. We want it to bubble. So we're going to take these, cut them to the width of these. Let's get a side that looks prettiest. That side looks pretty. We're just gonna reference or cut them on the table saw. And I don't have any mistakes. Okay, we'll bring out the table saw again. Move you folks down here. Plug this in. Hi Danny, how you doing? Thanks for popping in, appreciate it. Get that to cut the right height. And we will cut it. That wide. Pick the side that looks prettier. I like this side better. Got better grain definition, better coloring. Get a little bit of purple in there. That's the block for that side. Let's make sure. I think these are the same width, but we're going to make sure. Yep, they're the same. Get the prettier side of this one. Oh, I think it's probably this side. That's got some purpling in it. That's pretty perfect. And then that's going to taper into this one. Good. There's a block there. Look at that, I got some more black walnut scrap. Always comes in handy. Alright. Let's clean some sawdust off my glasses so I can see what I'm doing. Ah, so much clearer in here. Caused serious injury to my thumb? No, I don't think so. But yes, if you're not paying attention, you can cause some serious injury. You should always use a push stick. Always. Hey, Brian, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in, man. You get my text message the other night? Pixels, Gene, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. I guess, thanks for coming. Appreciate you. Brian, look what we did. It's going to tip over because it's sitting on the thing. Look at that. We're getting there, Brian. We're getting there. We're going to shape our walnut piece, and then we're going to attach the walnut to the base, and then we're going to attach. We got to drill our mortise hole out on this, and then we're going to attach this to our walnut. But we got to shape the walnut first. How heavy is this whole thing? This is really not that heavy. It's actually kind of light. Just checked your email. Text. Didn't I send you a text message? Or does it go to your email? I don't know. Oh, just check my text. Okay. I sent that to you like forever ago. You old folks, and you're not checking your phones. I'm just kidding, Brian. Just kidding. Guys, if y'all didn't know, Vineyard Farmhouse, he does a pretty cool channel. He does some like homesteading type stuff. He does some crafting, some making, but he did a video on an auction, like old cars and stuff. And while I haven't had the chance to watch the entire video, there's definitely some interesting stuff on there. Concentrate on the maker stuff. All right. Are you still gonna do like your taking care of your vines and stuff, your grapevines? Or are you getting away from that on the YouTube? Anyway, so so Brian, if you can see in his little picture there, he's got this great big Santa Claus beard. Well, he cut it. Now he looks like Santa Claus on a vacation. Might just be B-roll type stuff. That's fair. And then Double A, the guy who I'm making this thing for, he posts a lot of videos about his dogs, which is phenomenal. Like, who doesn't like watching videos of dogs? And then he posts some fishing videos and stuff. Usually, mostly shorts, but quick, to the point, hanging out with his puppies, watching them do some crazy stuff. Working on the bar run video. Awesome. I'm going to have to get a hold of bar run sometime and take a trip out there. since I missed the I'm since I missed the meetup. Okay, so what we want to do is we're going to match this round over on this side and this side, just on these two bottom corners here. Whatever is going to be the bottom, and I think I don't think it really matters. We'll probably make that the bottom. Hey, no problem, Alan. No problem. Y'all do some. There's not just, the maker community is great, but just casual type of content. Like, not everything has to be about making something, but I definitely enjoy checking out a lot of different channels. If y'all would ever go and post on that thing that I put up, the community post. Alright, so we need to do a roundovers here. So I think we're going to do it by this way. So I'm going to grab a clamp so I can clamp my battery so it gives it a little bit of a stability. The last thing I want is that thing falling over. Yes, Janelle, yes. Oh, Janelle does she's a maker. She does like crafts stuff, painting. She started, at least she started showing a little bit more of other types of crafts like fabric and things. I don't know if that's just a for now thing or if that's going to be a thing, but it's still cool. And then Janelle's in the Pacific Northwest, where all the good lumber comes from. At least all the good domestic lumber. Yeah, I think I like that better than... I think I like this better than doing a 45 angle. Oop, let me get that a little more centered for you guys. So it gives it a little bit of a shadow. Of course, it gives a shadow if I'm not if I'm in front of the light. It gives it a little bit of a shadow and just some added curves. Sketchy as hell, yeah. Yeah, it's sketchy. All right. I do a lot of sketchy stuff. This is definitely not a how-to channel. This is a how-not-to channel. That's for sure. Alright, let's see. Which side are we going to put down? Kind of like this. So I was going to stop it with the roundover. I was going to stop it at the edge of this and then switch to a pointed bit and run that here. But like everything else on this is all about curves. Like there's very little straight anything on here, so I felt like keeping up with that curved theme is probably a better idea. Kids blocks? Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Huh. Alright, let's do some sketchy shit that you guys at home should definitely not do unless you're a little bit nuts. In which case, you probably do even worse sketchy stuff. There. That's what the other one will look like. Now, obviously, these blocks need sanded, and we're gonna do a bubble on this end and this end, so they're gonna bubble out. I'm gonna round over the ends, and we'll end up doing that with the sander, because it's just easier that way. That's true, Jack. Yep, the hearts are definitely rounded. I mean, I could have just got my little router table out, but you know. if you're having a breakdown, if you're having a breakdown over that, well, you should see some of the stuff I do when the camera's not on. Now, is any of it safe? I've still got 10 fingers. Is it recommended? Absolutely not. Should you not take the quicker way to do it and do it the proper way? Absolutely. But as long as you're a little bit intelligent, you can. Sorry, I'm standing in front of the camera here, moving stuff so I can clean off my counter. As long as you're a little bit intelligent, you can get away with quite a bit. But all it takes is one mistake, and you can lose a finger or a hand, some digit somewhere. But I still have all 10, and I've got 10 toes. So I haven't lost anything yet. We're going to go ahead and keep riding that luck. Your fist over all that wood. Favorite tool, Texas? Yeah, we're gonna knock on wood. That I keep all of my digits for the next 30 or 40 years. 50. Half of going, I'll just grow another one. I have 10 chances, right? Favorite tool? Honestly, I'm gonna have to say probably. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I guess favorite tool would have to be probably my planer. I do enjoy the planer. Excuse me. It's loud. It's obnoxious. It makes a hell of a mess. But without it, I would be either sanding an assload amount, or I would have to buy lumber that was already surfaced four sides. And I like taking something that's rough, like every bit of wood that's been in here, except for I think the maple and the black walnut. All the cherry. Actually, maybe even that black walnut that I used on the sides. I think probably 90% of this wood for this project has been in a rough form. And I took it from what I got up here on the rack, just straight from the sawmill and the kiln, and I turned it into this. And I could only do that because of that planer right there. So I'd have to say that's probably my favorite tool. Tool or a supply? I do like the glue. But we do have to do a lot of sanding on this yet, right? But right now we're working on getting everything shaped. So while we have rounded over there, here there's not going to be rounded over. We're going to have a bubble here, but this we're going to cut at an angle and run it right in to the upright, and then the ends we're going to bubble out, like make that stand up. It's sitting on my little foam stuff here, so the slightest movement will send it tipping. But we're going to do a rounded bubble here. So we need this to be centered, at least pretty close to it. We actually don't need that leg. We need this. Oh, where's my thing? Here it is. It's gonna need a bigger one. It's all right. I've made it strong enough that I'm pretty sure Alan can use it. Okay. Oop. Have to listen. What am I doing? Let's make life easier on myself. Now this will be done. This will be done this month. Okay, that's center. is 9/16. So that is where we have to go to. A nice sharp tip on here. If it was bigger, he'd be in it. I'm pretty sure it's strong enough to hold you. There's one thing that I've discovered I don't do. It's I don't build weak things, I guess. I built some end tables for a couple of people, and pretty sure that they're heavy duty enough they can use them as jack stands. Perfect. So we're going to round that one. And I'm just going to make sure this one is also the same size. And it is. Okay. Perfect. Now we're going to mark these. Just so we don't mix them up. It requires 3. Why not put 6? Great. If 3 is the minimum that it needs, that means 6 will make it stronger. Like when you're building houses and you got the state minimums or whatever the hell it is that you got to follow. That's just the bare minimum you got to do. More is better. All right. So we can put this away. Also, I should probably mark these. 2, 1. So we're going to break out that belt sander again. Thing back there. And we're going to see if we can't freehand a kind of nice little bubble here. Though I suppose I should have marked it on both sides. That probably would have been smart. Let's do that. There we go. Now I got it marked on both sides so I know where to take my bubble to. Got kind of a nice drizzly rain going on here. Erwin. 2x4s are expensive, buddy. We don't loan those out around here. Now, I don't know if this is going to work out because I don't really have that much to do a bubble, but I'm kind of hoping that I can get a nice big curve in it. Actually, I wonder. I could probably do it with a compass, and that way I at least know what to go to. Now, this piece is not for anything structural. I mean, it is structural. But it doesn't add anything to the project. It's the only reason I'm doing it is because it's black walnut, and it'll tie the uprights in with the baby bass portion. No need for insulation. I mean, fair. Oh, so close. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it gives an idea of where I want to go to. Matches up with that line. It's pretty close to that line. This is definitely not scientific at all. This is just giving me an idea. And who knows? I may do this and decide that this looks stupid and I don't want to do it anymore. Y'all notice I haven't broken out those plans that I based this whole thing off of. And that is because we are currently way outside the scope of those plans. There is nothing in those plans that is remotely close to what we're doing right now. In fact, if we followed the plans, we'd probably be done. Well, son of a biscuit. They actually match up pretty damn close. Anyway, let's get our sander out again. See if we can't work this down a little bit. And I'm definitely putting my mask on for doing black walnut sanding because, man, this stuff is terrible. Black walnut is awful. Awful. In fact, some people are allergic to it. Yeah, I've changed damn near the entire thing. I used their plans as a basis, so I knew that it was structurally sound, and that was pretty much the end of it. Hey, Bar Run, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you, man. All right, I need my mask. Because this stuff, like I said, this stuff is terrible. we're gonna throw the shout vac on it too, just to try to help a little bit. I don't know if it'll do anything, but it's worth a shot. That's pretty grade. right. Well, there's what I got. I mean, let's line this up. Yeah. See if I can hold it without moving it. Not too bad for freehanding it. Not too bad for freehand. And the front will have this really nice end grain from the walnut. That'll be cool. Well, it'll be this way. It'll be that way. One on each side. I can't line things up using the camera. But yeah, I think it'll look good. I mean, I obviously have to hit it with some 220 on the random orbital to get rid of these. I don't know if you guys can see them. There's vertical lines from the sandpaper. What's up, random? How you doing, buddy? See if I missed anything on. You've been in here for a bit. I'm sorry if I didn't say hi to you. Roar track. Hey, Luke. All right, now let's see if I need to cut new blocks, or luckily this doesn't take much time at all. So let's see if I need to cut new blocks, or if I freehanded this close enough to work. I really need to build my flip tables. That'll come after the assembly table's built, which will be after this project. I just vacuum up this sawdust. We'll put our match back down so we don't mess up our finish, our sanding. What we've already sanded, anyway. Alright, let's get you guys over here so you can see stuff. Let me refresh my chat, make sure I didn't get frozen. Alright. Let's get our feet out. And our uprights. That's going to be the outside of that one. It's got better curl. That one doesn't have any curl at all because it's a face grain. Where did I put my little maple blocks? Or walnut blocks. Found them. 1, 2. Eyeball these up to center. The curve matches up pretty good. Runs right into the upright here. So that is awesome. Throws a whole different kind of, I don't know, keeps that curved theme kind of going, I guess. That's what it looks like from the front. So you'll have that pretty grain sticking out this way. All right, let's check the other one. Let's take this one down before we push our luck too far and have it fall and put a big dent or a crack in it or something. That was pretty perfect too. For the curve. So what we're going to do is we'll use a table saw, probably not tonight. I don't want to keep you guys here all night. And we're going to bevel this. We're just going to run a bevel, right? Just to taper that top edge in, because the feet are wider than the uprights. But it's only got to come in, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch, maybe. Actually, you guys don't have to be up there. We can. Okay, I'm just going to taper that black walnut in to meet. And we got our little shadow going on there. It looks kind of like it's floating. It kind of looks like it's not even attached. It's just sitting there. That's really cool. But that'll be what she looks like. So you'll see it from probably mostly this way. You like the gap? This down here? I like it too. I think doing the round over instead of the sharp like 45, you know, the 90-degree angle in there, I think the round over works out better. Oh, you like the top one? You like this? I mean I can leave it. I'm gonna round it over a little bit, break that corner, because walnut is sharp. You like it having that little overhang, huh? Let me flip you guys back around. Looks like layers. Okay. All right. I mean, I can live with that. So what this means is Tuesday, when I go live again, hopefully I'll have the mortising machine. We can get this mortised out. Our slot here, where our cross member is going to go from left to right. We can get our pinhole drilled out, our lock pinhole, and we can get the half hole for the hanger, because it's not going to go all the way through. You know what? Actually, I think going all the way through would probably be stronger. Instead of having it end, around here somewhere. I think coming all the way through and then putting a wedge in it and locking it in place. I think that'd probably be stronger. And I have a maple dowel that's about yay big for this. There'll be a brass cap on the end of the dowel so the dowel doesn't split. The block pin will be brass with a black walnut knob. We'll make that. We'll make that on the drill press. Unless my buddy wants to make it for me on his lathe, but I don't think he does anything small like that. But we'll have 2 of those, one on each end. That way you can lock it from either side. And then that's going to be the inside face. We want that curl. We want that curly side out. But you'll have the nice curly maple in between. I'm going to get the heavier round over because I don't really like this. It's not, I mean, it's not bad. It's really not. It feels good. Hey, G, how you doing? Thanks for coming. I don't know. I don't know. It might grow on me. I'll give it some thought. It might grow on me. But I like that this looks like it's floating here. I mean, obviously it'll be attached. But I think that came out really well. Came out a lot better than I thought it would, to be honest with you. I thought it was going to be a bit sketchier. This will be held down to the leg. Oh, started raining again. To the foot, it'll be held down with a couple of longer pins, like we used to hold the side together, but thicker, not 1/4 inch. We're going to go with 3/8. And they'll be going. I think they'll go. You know what? We're going to do it. We're going to have it one here and one here, staggered. That'll match into here. That way, this one I can stagger it into opposite corners and put one in the center. In fact, the one in the center I may run all the way through. That way, this. If the black walnut was going this way, right, with the grain flat, and it was being attached that way, I would worry about it. But because the grain goes this way, I'm not so worried about it splitting one day. But we got to do some sanding on this, some hand sanding, some sanding on this, some sanding on this. Get our hole drilled. We can start getting stuff assembled. That's upside down. And then work on the stretcher, and then we're just back to working on the box. Doing the touch-up stuff on the box there. Put the base in. Get that thing locked into shape. And I think I've been giving it some thought. We're going to just hang out now for a few minutes. We're pretty much done working for the night. Probably no more than half hour, 45 minutes sitting here shooting the breeze with you guys. But I did give it some thought about the base, and I think that Runic made a good point about making it so that it's replaceable. So making it out of something like maple plywood, because babies are messy. So between what comes out of them and spilled bottles and stuff, it makes sense. So it'll still be attached down to the box. It'll be attached, but it'll be you'll be able to remove it and replace it if need be. Plus, the plywood then does give it stability because plywood doesn't expand and contract. So we won't have to worry about it. Won't have to worry about it expanding and breaking the bin apart. And I'm pretty sure Alan knows how to run a saw, so he can cut a piece to put in there if it needs to be replaced. I think we made pretty good progress today. Not as much as I wanted. I wanted it to be going together, but I wasn't able to get the mortising machine. So I think next weekend, spending a day on that, kind of fine tuning all that stuff, getting the black walnut strips in. What's a saw? Saw. um, I think we got probably a solid day in that, getting everything taken care of, and the legs we'll probably have done this weekend or this week. Between Tuesday and Thursday, they'll probably get assembled and be clamped up and living the dream. I think we're doing pretty good. Then, like I said, on the weekend of the 20th, I got a 4-day weekend, so at least 2 of those days. If it's raining, more of those days. We'll be in here working on this. We'll do a real hard push on it. Thought that was a level? No. This is a level. Yeah, we'll do a hard push on getting this thing completely finished on the weekend of the 20th, so that we can figure out how to get it delivered, or I can get a weight. If I do send it, if we do decide to ship it, it'll go in 2 pieces. The frame will be 2 different boxes, or a separate box from that. We're not going to ship it all in one box. So I'm really excited to show you guys the stretcher portion. I know I talk about it a little bit, and I can't remember right now the proper name for it. I believe it's like a through tenon or wedge and tenon, something like that. So you take your stretcher, right? This is your stretcher. So we're going to cut off a shoulder on top and bottom and on both sides, right? So that way that shoulder, pretend this is our shoulder, that shoulder will sit up against the inside of the uprights. And then we'll have this piece, we'll have some of it sticking out, right? And we will have it with a tapered slot in it and a wedge that is also tapered that'll fit up against the upright and tap into place and lock everything down, right? Pretend these 3 fingers are the upright. The wedge will just, you'll tap the wedge in and it'll draw it in. And you make the wedge, like the back of the wedge, instead of making it flush, you make it so that the cutout is recessed a little bit. So that way, if the board shrinks, anything shrinks, stretches, whatever, you get a nice tight. All you have to do is tap the wedge, and you get a nice tight fitment again. But we're gonna make the wedge out of black walnut, I think. I may make it out of maple because maple is harder than black walnut, and I do have some nice maple up there. Nice big heavy 2-inch blocks of maple to make good wedges out of. The only thing is when you make the wedge, you don't want it to go with the grain, right? So if this is my wedge and my grain is running this way and it goes in this way, if this is the grain, and you run the risk of it snapping off. Whereas if the grain goes this way, like across, not front to back, but left to right, the odds of it snapping off are super slim. It would want to split this way, and there would be things in the way there. So it's a process doing the fine tuning, and it's some chisel work. But I think it's a really cool joint that I don't really see many people use anymore. It's a very old joint, through tenons with the wedge. It's very old joints. More commonly seen on things like old farmhouse dining room tables. the stretcher on those, they would use a through tenon, wedge and tenon, whatever you want to call it. Benches, even. Yeah, I think that's definitely the safest way to ship. And probably the easiest way. Because that's gonna be a large box. And then these are gonna be a large box. And this way it's not all bundled up trying to pack it proper. Making sure it can't get damaged. We do have to, when we do our sanding, we do want to round these over a little bit. Not quite to this level, but we need to break those corners. We don't want them, those are really sharp. We definitely don't want those sharp corners, and we got to break these corners. If Alan likes it kind of sticking out a little bit, about 1/8 of an inch or so. So we'll break the corners so that way you can't get splinters and stuff. Man, that's really cool. I actually kind of want to see what this grain looks like on the end. Get out here under a light. The end grain gets very dark. Very dark. But you have the side, the really dark end grain. You can see the sand marks or saw marks or whatever on that. That I'll have to sand off, obviously. I think it'll be super cool looking. Hey Igor, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. Actually, I should have remembered that end grain gets dark. I made an end grain black walnut cutting board one time, so it was all that was up, the whole board. Normally my boards are this way. I do edge grain, but that entire board turned black. Like there was really pretty coloring in it. Like this. There's really pretty coloring there. Different shades of brown, some purples. That entire board turned jet black. It was a surprise. It was a surprise for sure. Luckily, the customer didn't mind. Like I showed it to them, and they thought it was the most gorgeous thing in the world. So they actually thought I had stained it. No, that's just how it looks. So now every time it starts looking like this, kind of lighter, and they can see the grain better, they know it's well past time to oil it. Oh my. I think this has been a really productive Sunday. Hot dog. It's been a productive weekend in general. Got my yard work done. Did a little bit of cleaning in the shop, not much. Made really good progress on this. We need to think about what we're going to put on the top of these. On the cap, because I want to cover the top. It may be a piece of black walnut. We may put a piece of black walnut up there. But I don't want to overdo the walnut. Maybe. I have some really nice, very curly maple up there. Maybe we'll put a little piece of that on the top as a cap. Round it off, make it all pretty. Kind of carry the maple theme. Because I think we're kind of pushing the black walnut at this point. We got a lot of black walnut there. We got the little riser pieces, a lot of the wedges, the pins. Maybe cap it with a really curly maple. I can see the curly maple up there. It's right there. And right there. There's a big old block of it right there. 2-inch thick. Been out. How goes the progress? Here's what we did. Let's put you guys down here at a level that is below chat. Or above chat. Alright, so we did our black walnut little riser. That goes on here. Right about there, give or take. That sits on there. And it makes the whole thing kind of look like it's floating. I mean, obviously these three pieces will be connected together, but we did a round over here and here, so, and we bubbled this out, so that it kind of looks like this black walnut piece is just sitting there. I kind of dig it. And let's see if we can get you at a decent angle where you can see some of that curl. Turn these fans off. We don't need those on anymore. Is that the curly side or is it the other side that's the curly side? Whatever. Well, that'll give you an idea of what it's going to look like. I mean, obviously, it's kind of shadowed over here. My light is directly above this, but that's all we did. And I think we did good. Alan, I was going to run this across the table saw to bevel that from here to this roundover. Knock off about 1/8 of an inch off of that, make it angled. But Alan said he kind of likes that, so I think I'll break the edge and then it'll be good. Thanks, Runick. Thanks, Alan. I appreciate that. I looked at the day one video for doing this, and that was a long time ago. You like the step as well? It's not crazy. Like it's not exactly centered. I just eyeballed it, but it's not terrible. It doesn't like jump out at you. But it's yeah, I kind of like it. Break the corner so it's not sharp. But we got curly maple in the upright and in the foot. I don't know if you guys can see it. The end grain of that black walnut will definitely be a stark contrast. I think it'll look really good. I think it'll look super cool. And it does look like it's floating. It really does. It doesn't look like it's attached, which is great. 1,000,000 hours ago? Yeah, it was a long time ago. What was that, May? I think it was May that we started this. But it's well worth it. It's well worth it. And I think that the upright will complement this without being overpowering, I guess is the word. the stand was never the focal point. Hey Matthew, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you, man. Again. I know you were in here earlier. But the stand was never a focal point. So I think it complements so far. I think it'll complement that without taking away from it. If that makes sense. I think it'll do. I'm excited. I'm even more excited for Alan to send me some pictures of this whole thing staged up. And that way I can have some good pictures of it to go with my crappy pictures of it. Because I'm definitely taking pictures. I will hopefully, once it leaves my possession, I will hopefully never see it again. If I do, that means I have to fix it, and I don't want to fix it. That generally means that I messed up somewhere. But it does carry the same warranty as everything else that I do, and that is, as long as I'm alive and I can operate tools, I will fix it. Went to the casino but lost money. Yeah, fair. You got to start playing blackjack, buddy. Blackjack's where it's at. It'll last forever, right? Right up until somebody drops it down the stairs or something. Even then, you might have to repair your stairs. I went to grab my drink. I grabbed it by the top. My hands are all slippy. They're all dry. Almost dropped my drink. We're getting there. We're getting to the home stretch. A couple of 17, 18 more hours. Well, you got to count the bullshitting in there. So, what, probably 1,500 more hours? At least I have to fix the wall it slams into. Yeah. I can tell you, if this does get shipped instead of delivered, if it gets damaged in shipping, they fucking tried. They tried to break it. Now you're counting reasonably. Right? I honestly think where we are now, how little bit of work needs done to that, how little needs done here. I think over my 4-day weekend, I bet we can get it done. I mean, we still have to do the stretcher, but it's up there. It's cut down. It needs to be ran through the jointer and planer, and it needs to be shaped. But that's not that long. This piece over there this one looks different than this one. Maybe it was just the way the light was hitting it. It must just be the way the light was hitting it, because now I'm looking at it in the camera, and it looks the same. But over there, like at an angle, it looked way different. Yeah, so maybe on her 3rd birthday, if we count the bullshitting, on her third birthday, she might have a bassinet to put her doll babies in. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna ship out a fuck ton of stuff. I'm gonna make Steph help me. And I got the label maker and all that stuff. Um, I get really nervous about shipping with the regular post office. Is what 3 times now I've shipped through them, and 3 times I've had to remake stuff. So it makes me nervous. But yeah, I'm gonna make Steph help me get all the shipping done. Maybe all the little signs and stuff I got to ship out. I'll ship with the post office because they can't fuck them up. I also have a list here somewhere. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's on my computer desk. I have to make like 70 of these things. These stupid little pencil notepad things. I have to make like 70 of those and ship them out. Post office, you said, hold my beer, right? Although I've been getting my mail lately, and according to the camera, it's not the same mail person. It's a guy now. It used to be a woman. Maybe enough people complained about not getting their mail that she got reassigned. Matthew's box will definitely be coming FedEx. That won't be going regular mail. I don't trust them that much. Put expensive insurance on it. Well, this is definitely getting insured. So you'll probably have to sign for that. I don't know what I'll insure it for, but it's definitely not going to get the $100 regular insurance. Oh, I don't even know what to insure it for. Yeah, I very well may deliver it. We don't know. They get really unhappy when I go into FedEx with a pile of stuff. Because there's usually like one person at the counter. And then in comes me with a dolly and 70,000 things stacked up on it. Pick up Grumpy on the way. Oh, we have to round over the toe as well. We got to round over that end as well. But we got our marks, our holes done for our feet. We'll put those in after we do our final sanding and our finish. Like $3,000. I will be honest. I don't know how much this has cost me material wise and time wise. Actual working time, not bullshitting time. But I can see why the Amish ones they don't usually even make them like this. They make them with like spindles, like kind of like a crib. But I can see why they charge so much for theirs. And the ones they make, I mean, they probably got it down pat. They probably have a whole system going. But I did not make a single jig for doing this because I'm never making another one like this again. Well, I mean, except for the curve jigs and the foot jigs. I made those, but yeah, I'm gonna say probably a $3,000. That'd probably be good insurance. if it gets damaged, it'll be a long time. Turner was in here earlier. He got power back. It is a one of a kind. There will only ever be one of these made from this shop. I mean, I'll make other ones if people want, but it'll never look like this. This will be a one-off. I'll put a serial number on it. 1 of 1. You can go and fix it. Yeah. I'm super excited about it. I feel good making it. I don't get to make furniture near as much as I want to. And like this is furniture. Right? Sure enough for to buy an Amish one if it gets trashed. Yeah, it'll always be second best, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I've seen, Alan. And they're not I don't remember seeing any like this. I remember seeing a bunch of them that had like spindles, like a crib kind of, like I mean shaped spindles. They put them on a lathe or something, but though I guess on occasion they do make them different, like panel style. And they're usually all one kind of wood. All cherry, all oak, all well, those are the only two that I've seen. Cherry and oak. Which don't get me wrong, they're beautiful. They do amazing work. But I get the price tag. I for sure get the price. When I first looked them up, um, when I was coming up with my own design for it, not this exact design, but the one that I need to prototype so I know if it actually is a good design. I was looking at them to see, what kind of market there was and what kind of price range. Um, and I was absolutely dumbfounded by the pricing of them. But I get it now. I get it. Having built one, I get it. It makes sense. But yeah, I think we'll probably insure it for like $3,000 or so. Then at least Alan gets to go and get another one for her before she is too old to get out or to not use it anymore. Oh, and so you know how I want to put black walnut in on each of those sides, right? Where the sides meets the end cap. The prison bar sides. Yeah. So I have. I have this piece that I've had for a very long time. It was a much larger piece, and I cut it down. And I use it for like accents on cutting boards or different stuff. But I'm thinking that I could probably use this or part of this on those little fill strips that I'm going to put on that. So that's what the face looks like. That's what the end looks like. Or edge. And then that's the other side and the other edge. But I think it will go in that way and add a super interesting little tidbit. right? That edge is nuts. And I got this. This was a much larger piece. I don't know. I want to say it was probably 12 inches wide, but it was this long. But I used this, and it was this thick. I used this cutting strips out of it to put in like cutting boards and stuff, just to have that one crazy piece in there. And then I'm down to, this last piece of it. And I think that this will be the perfect place to use it. We'll thin it out a little bit because I don't want it to be that wide, but I think it'll add a little interest, or a little more interest. Because originally I wanted to use crazy grained black walnut for the side panels, but for one reason or another I didn't, and I don't know why, because I have it up there. It's up there. I don't know why I didn't use it. I should have used it, but this will add a lot of grain interest to it. I think it'll be really cool. So I've been holding on to that piece because I've been waiting for just the right project to use it on. I didn't want to put it into a cutting board. So I think this is it. We'll cut the slots. We'll put those pieces in, get them glued in. I think it'll look gorgeous. Hopefully. Unless I mess up cutting the slots, and then, well, we're going to have to fix the box. But I'm going to use a router with a 1/4-inch bit, 1/4-inch cutting bit, and we're going to widen the space there. And where the end panel meets the side panels, we're going to widen that, and that's where that's going to go. That black walnut's going to fill that. We're not going to cut all the way through. We're only going to go in, I don't know. We don't want to go into the tenons that are in there. Just want it to be in there. It'll fill the gaps that are there without using wedges, and it'll add interest. Because there are gaps on there, unfortunately. One corner in particular. It was probably that last corner I was trying to put together, where it just wouldn't go. Hey, Alan, thanks for hanging out with me, bud. I appreciate it. We'll catch you on either on Turner's, or I'll catch you on Tuesday or so. Thanks, buddy. Have a good night. I'm going to have to hop off here, too, in about 10 minutes. But, yeah, I think it'll look sexy. Super schmexy. I'm really anxious to put some finish on it, really. Because this oil doesn't darken it a lot. In fact, I think the alcohol darkens it more. But this hard wax oil doesn't darken it a lot, but I think it highlights the curl quite a bit. Now I need to hop off in 10 minutes. I need to make dinner. Got to feed this thing. It's making noise. Besides that, we're already pushing 6 hours, so I'm going to go through, and it's going to be a lot of work. I'm going to make timestamps, and I'm going to put all of these videos into a playlist. And I don't know. Maybe somebody will leave them play. I'll leave them play on my other account. They'll push me up there in watch hours, I guess. I don't know. Dirty water dogs. I don't know what I'm having for dinner. I know I got to make a burger for tomorrow. I'm taking a burger with me for my lunch tomorrow. I made burgers last night. Like, when was Turner on? Yeah, when Turner came back online in the dark, I was making burgers. Bunch of buns in Turner's chat. Oh, he's live now. Is he live now? Yeah, last night he was live super late. All right, guys. I think it's time for me to head out. We got 6 hours and 15 minutes for a live stream. That's crazy. Never thought I'd be live streaming for this long. Pim in the oh yeah, I saw that, Mark. I saw that. Hey, one sub is one sub. That's the account that I'm gonna do stupid stuff on, like fishing and whatnot, stuff that's not woodworking related. And I don't do videos, so, or at least not right now. So it'll be live streams. Although if I do make stupid videos, that's where it'll be. Just the stupid channel. This one I have to try to be more professional, I think. I did change the description of this channel. Before I had it set up more business. And I realized that it's not what people are looking for on here. So I changed the description to more suit what we're doing in the channel. I think it suits it better. But I'm going to head off. I'm going to go get some grub or go make some grub. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight or today. I think we made some great progress here. And we'll be back on Tuesday. Tuesday, we'll do another live stream and we'll continue to work. All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. See you, Lynn. Thanks for coming in.